next Baba Samadhi Darshan, you can ask any of your questions that you want to ask and request. You can go on Facebook, Instagram, on YouTube, and make sure that you are all of these pages, like following the official the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, which you can see on the, and make sure that you are subscribed in all of the different platforms, and you can ensure that the next time you can ask your questions. Also have another option, making the payment. If the super chat of YouTube. So if you want to do this, you have to be a member of the Kailasa's SPH Nithyananda YouTube channel, and you can go there and click on the super chat option, and then it'll take you through the further the e-hundi offering make. So as you can see, once you enter the amount that you would like to make today, then you can go through to the next steps to add your payment method, and you can either pay through credit or debit card or through PayPal. Different temples, and we offer, how much ever we want into the e-hundi. This is the exact same what you can do today. Yes, as you can see, these are the next steps that you will be taken through as you are going through with the payment offering. If you want to offer the e-hundi offering, and this can be any amount that you wish, whether it's $1 or even a few rupees, or how much ever you want, and how much in whatever currency you're comfortable with, you can offer this today. So thank you very much for joining with us in this segment on the offerings that you can make to Devi Parashakti. We're now coming to a conclusion of this segment of today's program, and we'll be with you after a very quick break.
So don't keep quiet. All of us are ecosystem.
I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you.
We will make the whole planet flourish spiritually. The spiritual prosperity will happen to the whole planet. We all have to poet.
We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become e-Kailasians.
I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that.
Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life. Kailasa is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. For customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity, withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness. We can support you aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything.
Nithyananda, welcome back to all of the viewers who are joining us across the world for the Devi Parashakti Akasha reading program. So we have really come across this program. We have understood the cosmic principles of Devi Parashakti. We've been introduced to what is Akashic reading, and also we've been able to see the exciting power demonstration where even some of you have been able to even pinpoint exactly what is the ailment inside of you with the help of the Nithyananda Gurukul Bala initiation from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And in these beautiful initiation for you to understand and manifest the Shaktis of Paramashiva. And at the end of every single program, there's a session where you can start manifesting the Shaktis on your own. And a very beautiful guided process for you to start manifesting your infinite possibilities. Make sure that you are staying tuned until the end of the program and you complete this program until the end in order for you to have the maximum benefit. And each and every one of you who are joining us, again, is a very simple process for us to gain the most amount, the huge amount of benefit from this program. One, just listening to the powerful cognition of who is Devi Parashakti, what she embodies, from the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself, is a very beautiful process for internalizing and starting to grasp the great truths of Sanatana Hindu Dharma. Then after listening, then you come to the next step of internalizing, starting to apply the Vedic teachings into your life, into your daily actions and patterns, and breaking those patterns. And then after that, then just sitting and having the Diksha of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, having the darshan of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the next way, the next step that you are able to beautifully manifest the Shaktis of Paramashiva and begin living the breakthrough that you want. You will see today how whatever you want to manifest in your life, you'll be able to manifest. And every single day, this program is offered as a way for you to manifest the breakthrough that you want in your life. And Devi Parashakti has been literally gracing each and every one of us, giving us her most supreme compassion and enabling each and every one of us to sail through this pralaya. I know many of you are undergoing so many circumstances, so many different situations in your life where you're not able to handle life in itself. But Devi Parashakti has been giving each and every one of us the guidance as a whole and guidance as individuals if we want to request Devi personally. She has been literally giving her time and sitting and giving each and every one of us the blessings to manifest what we want in our life. Understand that it cannot be taken for granted one look or one word from Devi Parashakti. She is literally manifesting here, and everything that she has told the whole humanity. We've just seen how in just a few days or just over the course of just the last 2-3 months, we've seen how whatever she has said has manifested. And it's such a beautiful process. Even on the NTV here, we've had so many people come and give their live interview about how Devi Parashakti has transformed their lives. People who have gone beyond drug addiction, people who have literally seen how they have been transformed, how they have manifested wealth, people who have healed from COVID, people who have healed from so many different ailments, suffering, and even from the pandemic fatigue, even from the depression, the psychological issues and the psychological burden that everyone is feeling now due to the ongoing pandemic in so many countries across the world. It's not yet over, even though it has been more than 1 year, and we are literally going day by day, seeing numbers increasing, and there seems no end in sight. What we are seeing is literally where there's so many negative forces that are ruling the world, that are taking up corrupt leader positions, and who are not held accountable. This day and age, going through this, the Devi Parashakti is manifesting. Her powerful, compassionate presence is here on earth through the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. I encourage each and every one of the viewers that you can join in on this process. You can literally surrender yourself, ask the Devi the question you want, ask for the blessings that you want, and take this opportunity to be guided by her in this really massive, tremendously burning time in our lives. And we have seen how even if before we did not have so much of anxiety in our lives or so much of fear in our lives, now suddenly over the last 1 year, it has entirely changed, because even if we had no signs of depression, no signs of anxiety, we were living happy lives. And many people are not able to see how to live in quarantine. Many people even just disregarding basic health rules because they're not able to do this. But as Devi Parashakti has guided each and every one of us through the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, it is not the time now to give up on life. Ensure that you are saving your life. Even the highest goals of enlightenment are secondary when you do not even have life. So protect yourself and ensure that you're abiding by the guidance given by Devi Parashakti. Devi Parashakti has revealed to all of us, Anbe Shivam, meaning love is God. And nowadays, so many of us have different definitions of what is love. Many of us think that love is physical touch, in the most raw sense, or many of us think that love is giving compliments. Many of us think that a part of love is giving gifts to other people, or giving and spending time with other people. All of these are what people try to apply as different ways that love expresses. But what we do not understand is that love is a divine quality. It is a power that expresses a oneness, a feeling that expresses with immense oneness with everything around you, and with immense oneness with an integrity inside of you. When Devi Parashakti revealed to the whole world that love is God, that Anbhe Shivam, literally love is the one solution that will help each and every one of us manifest whatever we want in our lives. And surely at this time, during the whole Pralaya, Devi Parashakti guided us, and it is one of the most profound guidance. Love is the answer in this time, and only those who have love as armor around their hearts, only those are the ones who will be able to survive during this pandemic. Love is such an important aspect. Love is such an important power that each and every recognized as the energy of Parashakti herself, as the energy of God. Anbe Shivam is what Devi Parashakti had revealed to all of us. It was such beautiful words that each and every one of us should really apply in our lives. And like this, Devi Parashakti has given so many different revelations, has given so many different beautiful next segment and be hearing from the Adi Kailasa Sarvagna Peetam's administrators, Ma Nithya Pranapriyananda and Ma Nithya Achalananda Swami, about what the updates are from Adi Kailasa Sarvagna Peetam, the ship that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism built in order for all. We'll just have a very quick break and be right back with you.
Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive, somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. Space, state, powers, being, Paramashakti. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Shiva will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else. Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive, somehow be alive. I'm working since sincerely, somehow I will reach. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You being Parashakti. Shiva will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else. Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive, somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being Parashakti. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Shiva will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going.
Nithyananda, welcome back to all of the viewers who are joining with us. Now, the next segment of today's program will be the Adi Kailasa Sarvigna Peetham administrators, Manitya Akhilananda Swami and Manitya Pranapriyananda, who are spearheading the Kailasa COVID Care Center in Adi Kailash and also coordinating the movements and the COVID care centers around India, in Kailasas around India, and not only in Adi Kailash, in Tiruvannamalai, in Salem, in so many different places. This is ongoing as a center to ensure the protection of anyone who wants and anyone who is seeking the protection and from the ongoing disease pandemic that is literally spreading, rampaging the streets in India. So in the next segment, we'll be hearing more details about how the Adi Kailash Sarvigna Peetham is running the Kailasa COVID Care Center, and with the guidance and blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, how he has literally been sitting day in and day out and ensuring that each and every one of these details is ensured to have the most integrity and ensure to have the most the best ways of being executed for the protection of the people, whether it is having 11-course meals for all of the people who are there, having yoga and spiritual routine available for them to ensure that even during the quarantine, even as they are under lockdown, they are continuously spiritually uplifted and never face the pandemic fatigue. And there's been so many people who are able to see the other side, are able to feel so uplifted, safe here in the Kailasa COVID Care Centers. So we'll now be entering into this segment about the Adi Kailasa Sarvagnapeetam, Kailasa COVID Care Center. And we'll be seeing how the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has literally built this ship. And not only that, after the subsequent segment will be on the Hindu Holocaust. So I invite all of the viewers to stay tuned and ensure that you are tuning in to watch as we are partaking and observing the Hindu Persecution Awareness Month. In the month of July, the month of Guru Purnima, we are really understanding one of the worst things that has happened to Hindus, the Hindu Holocaust. So please stay tuned to observe and to be a part of, join us in these following segments. So now, Nithyananda Swami will be going forward with the next segment of today's program.
Nithyanandam. So we will look into the revival of the temple science ecosystems, temples being one of the pillars for Kailasa. In today's world, the relevance and significance of the temples is more so as people are feeling. During this COVID-19 surge, the major temples being shut down by the government, as one can see here, amid rising COVID-19 cases in Maharashtra, the Shirdi Sai Baba and Mumbai Siddhivinayak temple will remain shut for devotees till further orders. The Sai Baba temple will remain closed for devotees from Monday 8 p.m. till further orders. These are some of the news that have been coming since the past couple of months. The Puri Jagannath temple is closed for the public. The authorities of the temple of Lord Jagannath in the pilgrim town on Sunday have announced this, and the temple closed for devotees because of the statewide lockdown imposed by the government. All religious places closed for public in Orissa, as the city records the highest daily surge. So, with the capital registering the highest ever single day spike, the state of Orissa declaring the closure of all religious places like temples, mosques, gurudwaras, churches for devotees. In the state of Uttar Pradesh, the major Mathura temples banning the entry of devotees amid the COVID-19 surge. The two major temples of the Sapta Devalaya in Vrindavan on Saturday banning the entry of devotees in view of the rising COVID-19 cases. Gujarat Somnath temple closed for darshan. In view of the surge in the COVID-19 infections, the Somnath Temple Trust announced that the temple will remain shut down for devotees for an indefinite period. And in the midst of all this, including vandalization of the temples, where one can see here in Tamil Nadu, the Chola era temple murtis beheaded. Technical glitch. And in the Tamil Nadu state, the Chola era temple murti is beheaded. This vandalization also happening because of the temples being closed and therefore not open to the public and not under monitoring. The murtis of the Chola era temple vandalized in Pudukkottai, Tamil Nadu. The devotee who went to the temple was shocked to find all the murtis in the temple in a beheaded state. He lodged a complaint with the local police later. The Kailasanada temple in a village in Pudukkottai is said to belong to the era of the Chola kings, with Shiva as a presiding deity, the temple housing other deities like Ganesha, Parvati, Murugan, Krishna were discovered in a beheaded state, as one can see here. And now, Kailasa's temple experience. Now, in the times when COVID-19 is rampant and the ancient temples are in a lockdown because of the risk of widespread corona disease, the devotees of these temples visiting and having darshan of their gods and goddesses for thousands of years has been disabled. Sacred sentiment have come to a harming halt after the lockdowns have taken place. The religious fervor of the devotees is being lost due to the pandemic. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving the Kailasa ecosystem and bringing all the ancient traditions of the online platforms on Kailasa TV, YouTube, and Facebook. Now, let's come to why deity worship in the first place. Deities are not mere idols, they are embodiment of ideals. We do not worship the idols, we worship the ideals represented through the idols. When the divine is before him in a form he can see, touch, and relate to, the transmutation becomes an easy and joyful process. Second, deities in a real chitra are always carved in the form of ancient masters and enlightened beings. Even though no longer in the body, they can be invoked through the name or form they used while in the physical plane. When we pray to the deity or chant its name, the corresponding divine vibration is automatically awakened and becomes available on the energy plane to guide and bless us. Pontiff of Hinduism says, we mastered the science of bringing the divine to the deities and expressing the divine through the deity worship, where people are made to look in. That is where the revival of Sanatana Dharma, Advaita Satya, is going to. Shiva saved Markandeya from death, and that became an independent deity, Kala. Same way, he danced in ecstasy, and that action became Nataraja. Vishnu's very action of showering blessings on the world becomes Lakshmi. Brahma's very action of constantly sharing the wisdom becomes Saraswati. So, each of the actions of the ultimate becomes independent intelligence and energy. When you connect with those independent intelligences, those deities, whatever you want immediately happens. Whatever result you want, worship with rites those divine energies who are the personification of those specific actions. Immediate results are achieved by connecting with those deities. In this world, this can be a powerful method through which you can achieve whatever you want in your life. Now that is the background of the science of Hindu temples. Temple being one of the major pillars, the central pillars in the Kailasa ecosystem. The COVID care protection centers are also centered around the spiritual lifestyle, temple-based lifestyle in all the de facto spiritual embassies of Kailasa. Protection Center. You can register now at the link https://kailasa.org/Kailasa care. It is https://kailasa.org/kailasa.care. So let's take a few seconds now to register ourselves at this link, and then we'll move right into the next portion of this segment.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being, Parashakti. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Shiva will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else. Next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive, somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being. It is possible for you. You with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else.
Now into the next portion, which is Kailasa's temple ecosystems. Kailasa is a place where everything related to superconsciousness is revived. All the sampradayas, all the spiritual ecosystems created for enlightenment will be revived and established in such a way it never gets lost again. They're forever serving the humanity. And now, for revival of the Hindu temple ecosystems, what what is Swamiji's guidance, vision, reminder? Let us watch on this video.
I am going to revive Hinduism by setting up a model community, enlightenment ecosystem. I am going to create absolutely from the scratch newly self-sustaining, temple-based Hindu ancient enlightenment ecosystem and civilization based on that. Understand? Kailasa is reviving the ancient Hindu enlightened civilization. Paramashiva himself manifested this Kailasa Mandala, the enlightenment and the lifestyle. Revive this whole enlightenment ecosystem, Kailasa, by creating a model Kailasas all over the world.
The adulation of
The adulation of violence in recent lifestyle has enabled disruption in several nations, affecting millions of lives with mental distress, physical health, ailments, defalcation of food supply, and pinpointed destruction to the infrastructure of several countries. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Swamiji, has dedicated his life and made it his mission to bring the global peace from ground level through the Kailasa's Department of Religion and Worship and the Department of Human Services. To bring harmony in humanity, to create life of freedom and peace for every individual on the planet through the revival of the temple ecosystems. Joshua Gordon, the director of National Institute, pointed out that the environmental factors present both risk and protective influences on mental health. He grouped such factors into three types. Individual factors such as microbiome. Natural and built components includes green spaces, housing, and highways, which play an important role in the health disparities. Third one is the social factors like family structure, poverty, and other social determinants of health. From 1994 to this day, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has worked tirelessly in the revival of temple ecosystems globally. through Kailasa's Department of Religion and Worship and the Department of Human Services led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. This lifelong commitment to mission and vision of bringing global harmony, sustainable living, and reproducible ecosystems has been proven in building active, contributing temple ecosystems around the world. On 21st of October 2006, following a meditation under the sacred banyan tree in Adi Kailasa, peacekeepers of Kailasa, along with the children of Nithyananda Gurukul, celebrate the auspicious occasion of Deepavali. On 22nd of December 2018, the peacekeepers of Kailasa and the participants of Paramashivoham meditation workshop take part in the celebrations of the traditional flag hoisting ceremony. On 14th December 2006, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism conducting the Nithyananda Spurana Convention, a meditation workshop in Chennai. On 17th of December 2006, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism conducting the Nithyananda Spurana Convention program at St. Peter's Engineering College. On 26th of May 2006, the peacekeepers of Kailasa and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism embarked on the Himalayan Yatra, the traditional sacred pilgrimage to the Himalayan mountains and up the river Ganga. On 20th of December 2011, a temple ecosystem of Tiruvannamalai serves as the driving factor in maintaining the lifestyle of health, wealth, and well-being for all the denizens of one of the remaining living temple ecosystems. On 31st of December 2018, the peacekeepers of Kailasa and the participants of Paramashivoham meditation workshop take part in the morning meditation and the traditional puja or the ritualistic worship. The distribution of sweet butter as part of Krishna Janmashtami celebrations, celebration of Lord Krishna's birth on 17th of August 2014. So what we are basically seeing is the wide range of celebrations that the temple ecosystems have taken up in spreading the world peace, in spreading the philosophy of oneness. Playfully colorful celebrations of Krishna Janmashtami on 17th of August 2014. As part of the Krishna Janmashtami celebrations, the peacekeepers of Kailasa are distributing free organic food to the public. 11th of September 2016, the peacekeepers of Kailasa, led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, take part in Kara Seva, the voluntary contribution of physical service towards the cleaning or construction of the sacred Hindu temple. On 2nd January 2013, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism arrives with the volunteers and Kailasa's peacekeepers to provide relief efforts to the cyclone-hit Pondicherry region through the distribution of food, water, and basic necessities on local roads for further relief efforts. On 4th of January 2012, Thane flood relief food preparations. January 2012, you can see how the medical camps were organized for Thane flood relief. So, a glimpse of all the Kailasa's temple ecosystems around the world. You can see almost in all the continents you have several temple ecosystems established by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasanidhanam, His Divine Holiness Swamiji. What you're seeing here is on 1994 Kailasa in Tiruvannamalai, which is traditionally being passed on to the hands of Swamiji by his Guru. And in 2017, the same Kailasa in Tiruvannamalai receiving visitors and delegates for the Kalpataru meditation workshop and Shivadiksha. You can see here how in Kailasa in Tiruvannamalai, Swamiji himself serving the Anadan and take parting in the traditional temple services. To celebrate the temple ecosystems and to traditionally meet and receive the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Next, what you're seeing are some other temple ecosystems, like for example, the Tiruchenkoil Savanya Peetham, Adi Nithyananda Peetham, the first temple established by Swamiji at the age of 23 on the banks of the sacred Kaveri River. This was the start of the borderless Hindu temple ecosystems we know today as Kailasa. After having the vision of sacred banyan tree, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had established the Adi Kailasa temple ecosystem with the same banyan tree at its heart. Through the live stream of sacred banyan tree and deities, the temple ecosystems of Adi Kailasa is continuously being made available to one and all wherever they are. Continuous flow of worship and the temple services in Adi Kailasa Nithyananda Peetham in Vidvi. The first temple established by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, India, the temple physically came to life in just 9 months, the Kailasa in Columbus, Ohio. The chief presiding deities of the temple are Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva and Devi Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti, which are like 7 feet tall granite weighing 6 tons, and their divine faces have been directly hand-carved by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Kailasa in Los Angeles, the temple that's been firstly inaugurated in 2005, then established in its permanent location in 2007, that houses the largest Shivalinga and Rajarajeshwari Devi in North America. As a 25,000 square feet temple complex housing 80 plus deities, it is one of the largest Hindu temple ecosystems in the world, Kailasa in Los Angeles, California. Kailasa in Seattle, housing the blissful dancing form of Ganesha and the largest living Nataraja deity outside of India. Kailasa in Seattle is also known as Chidambaram of the West. Kailasa in San Jose, California, that was inaugurated in 2009, radiates the energy of the Madurai Meenakshi temple. The chief presiding deities of the temple are Devi Meenakshi, Shivalinga, Lord Nithyanandeshwara, and Devi Nithyanandeshwari, which has been created, installed, and energized by the Swamiji himself. Alongside the Shivalinga and Nithyananda Ganesha, Kailasa in St. Louis carries the energy of Tirumala Tirupati of South India and houses one of the tallest Venkateshwara deities in North India. Next, we have Kailasa in Phoenix, Arizona, which is a home to over 21 deities with a temple structure of 2,500 square feet. Kailasa in Phoenix have been directly established by Swamiji, serving as an energy field of meditation, worship, and celebration for over 7 years. Next, we have is Kailasa in Houston that is formally inaugurated in 2017. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has declared the Kailasa in Houston as the Parihara Sthala of all the Navagraha doshas. Kailasa in Toronto, that's active and alive from 2011 onwards, which has been blessed to radiate the superconscious energy of Kailasa that goes on providing various temple services to the community such as Annada and traditional Hindu ceremonies. Kailasa's Department of Religion and Worship, Department of Human Services, and each of Kailasa's temple ecosystems consider the right to be fundamental happy of all the human beings. The ultimate goal of Hinduism that is led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Swamiji is the material and spiritual well-being and prosperity of humanity. So we welcome you all to join the COVID Care Protection Center, kailasa.org/Kailasa Care. We welcome one and all to experience the significance and the impact of these amazing temple ecosystems on one's consciousness that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Swamiji has established and revived over 26 years. So we invite one and all to register yourself in kailasa.org/Kailasa Care. So let's take a few minutes to register ourselves before we go to the next segment.
Just be alive next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. Somehow I will reach. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next. I will whichever corner of the I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being Parashakti. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Parashakti. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else. Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die. Within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being, Paramashakti. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashiva will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job.
If you are interested in enlightenment, we will immediately bring this to you. If you are not interested, we will explain the whole science, inspire you, and make you interested in enlightenment science. We need to cater this enlightenment science to the whole world wherever they are, because enlightenment is the birthright of all human beings. Kailasa is responsible to provide that to all human beings. Gurus and practice manifested in my life, perfected by teaching millions of people from all cultures, time zones, backgrounds, genders, nationality, race, from every creed. So this absolutely perfected knowledge available to you couch free of cost. What I mean by the word Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is Kailasa.
I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda.
Nithyananda. Welcome back to all of the viewers who are joining us today for this program as we enter into this next segment in today's program, the persecution of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. We have been in a marathon series of spreading awareness about the Hindu Holocaust and the persecution against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Every single day at this time, and also we have been doing every single day, every single evening and morning, we have been ensuring that we at least spend a few minutes and request the listening of all of the viewers and share the story, the untold story of the Hindu Holocaust. It is at this time that we absolutely need to understand the need for the nation of Kailasa and how the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the last hope for Hinduism itself. This segment is a presentation of what has been happening for the last 700 to 1,000 years in the history of Hinduism, and how today, with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and the persecution, the acts of violence, the outright denial of human rights, and even the subject and assassination attempts against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism have literally been attacks, not just against one being, but against the entire Hinduism itself. Hinduism, for the last 1,000 years, has been slowly falling. And each and every one of us Hindus, if we are identifying in any way as a Hindu, has to know this. We have no right, we have no grounds to be in denial of a Holocaust that is going on, while our brothers and sisters, while our revered sannyasis, while the people whom we worship, whom we see as God, are each and every one falling, becoming vulnerable to attacks every single day. It is not right if we turn a blind eye to the crimes against the Hindus across the world. Whatever we are enjoying today, whether it is a stable family, whether it is having the best education and being prepared, well-grounded enough to have high ambitions in the world and to become the best doctors, have the best careers, and become the best engineers as well. In each field, Hindus have been in the best of their field and have been showing how we have inherited literally the best culture and background. Because it's only because of the Sanatana Hindu Dharma and our culture inherent inside of our blood and bones that today we are enjoying some of the best things in the world. But if we turned a blind side to the amount that Hinduism is at loss, that we are diluting Hinduism, that we are literally selling our own mother, Vedamata, and if we are turning a blind eye to all of these atrocities that are happening against Hinduism, then our next generation and future generations are likely to suffer like so many people who have not been able to see the best of the world as we have. Now, even the Devi Parashakti, as she is manifesting through the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, has revealed that it is Hindus, the Sanatana Hindu Dharma Yonijam, the people who are birthed into Sanatana Hindu Dharma, as in they are blessed to be born in as Hindus with Hindu parents, have immense rights in this world, but we also have immense responsibility. Among that responsibility today is to ensure that our voice, that our story, the untold story of the Hindu Holocaust, is made into museums, is told to the world, is recognized. Finally, after decades, the UN, the Human Rights Commission of the UN, has recognized a portion of the persecution that has happened against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And finally, we have at least had that reprieve. But each and every one of us Hindus is still responsible for ensuring that we continue to tell our story and bring out the untold story of the Hindu Holocaust to the world, of Hindus, not just Hindus, but what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has undergone just to bring each and every one of us Kailasians this great Hindu nation. Today, we'd like to continue presenting to each and every one of you what happened in 2012, in April of 2012, until the end of the year, how an onslaught of attacks we have seen against the ancient Hindu kingdom of Madurai and the Shamala Pita Sarvagna Pitam. On April 29th of 2012, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was coronated as the 293rd Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Madurai Adinam, or the Kailashonata Shamala Pita Sarvagna Pitam. Within just a few months, there was so much bubbling, bright, celebratory energy around Madurai, where 10,000 people in the surrounding areas and the communities at distance had all been celebrating literally the incarnation of Meenakshi once again reigning in Madurai itself. But within just 1 month, even though the amount of tremendous work the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was doing towards reviving the Shamala Pita Sarvagna Pitam, there was an onslaught of attack against the appointment of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as the 293rd Guru Mahasannidhanam, which was absolutely illegal and preposterous, which was blatantly an attack against Hindus, an attack against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And the anti-Hindu militant forces who have literally gone to every extent to illegally arrest the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism just 2 years back in 2010 and keep him in prison for 53 days and ensure that he had to go through the third degree torture at their hands. Another attempt that they made was in 2012 with an onslaught of more than 50 cases filed within just a month, and so many different attacks which had hurt, literally hospitalized the sannyasis of the sovereign order of Kailasa, who were initiated by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism directly, and attacks against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself. We saw some of the most brutal attacks. While on one side, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had successfully revived the Shamala Pita Sarvagna Pitam and had brought to life the indigenous kingdom of Madurai and the surrounding areas. And finally, at long last, even in Madurai, all of the Hindus were celebrating that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was there, literally living with them. Now, within just a course of a few months, the media mafia, as well as the lawfare that was used as tactics to pursue a huge attack against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, which was trying to stop the efforts of reviving the ancient indigenous Hindu kingdom of the Shamala Pita Sarvagna Pitam. Now today, in this segment, we'll be presenting how these attacks had happened. Actually, from the beginning, we'll be presenting the revival efforts, the huge amount of work that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism did for reviving the ancient Hindu kingdom, but then what in turn the anti-Hindu militant forces had done against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Hours of hate speech spread on the media, lies and absolute fabricated allegations being used as baseless cases against the Supreme Council of Hinduism, and so much being spread, and so many attacks, physical, brutal attacks against the sannyasis of the Nithyananda order and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself. We would want to present to each and every one of you what happened in Madurai in 2012, and we hope you stay tuned and understand the amount the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is doing and the state of Hinduism in even one of the boiling pots, the cultural cities of the whole of Bharata, Madurai. We'll just be right back with you and continue this segment on the persecution against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism after a very quick break.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda.
Welcome back to all the viewers. Before we begin today's segment, I request each and every one of you to take a few minutes and ensure that you are sharing the link in the scroll down below. Now, the UN has finally recognized, even it might be one of the portions of the persecution against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and the women of Kailasa, the UN has finally recognized and given us a platform, at least, to be able to bring out our voice in the about the attacks done against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and Hinduism in its entirety. The Human Rights Commission of the United Nations has recognized Kailasa as one among the persecuted communities that they see have been through the denial of human rights in their and as one of their basic necessities. The evidences for the violence that we have provided in a report. The link for the report is in the scroll below. So please ensure that you are going to that link, exploring a little bit, seeing and reading the story of the persecution against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And this particular subject that the UN is featuring is the persecution on the rights of the women of Kailasa, and how just for protecting the equality of women's rights, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has undergone so many attacks and so much of persecution. So please take a few minutes and share, not just with your friends and family, but please also consider who might be interested. Let's take a few minutes and even just think in your circles of friends who might be interested in hearing the story of all the survivors of the different attacks, the most atrocious attacks against Kailasa, and who might be willing to spend a few minutes and share further. So let us ensure that as Hindus, we're taking responsibility for the persecution that still continues on until today. I really ask each and every one of you who is joining today, please make sure that you take a few minutes and share the link below. And not only that, if you know or would like to tweet at different Hindu leaders and notable people who are interested in Hinduism, then they will be interested in the stories of survivors who have taken up this lifestyle, who've taken up the Hindu lifestyle and literally given up everything in order to live this beautiful lifestyle. And for that very reason, and nothing else, going through so much of attack. So now we will begin understanding the whole timeline of what has happened in the Kailashonata Shamala Pita Sarvagna Pita. So I request projected.
Nithyananda
model community. Kailasa, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Peethas all over the world.
All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live power manifestation and
Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystem.
I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you.
We will make the whole planet flourish spiritually. The spiritual prosperity will happen to the whole planet. We all have to coexist together.
we get you health, we get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life, we get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. Literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Kailasa. Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, awakened response, alive response for life continuously. Kailasa is
Nithyananda. So let us now understand and begin with the origin of the Kailasa Dvadashanta Shamala Pita Sarvagna Pitam. This kingdom is the ruling seat of Madurai, which was established in the mists of time by Lord Paramashiva and later revived by Devi Meenakshi and Lord Sundareshwara. And here is the original Guru Parampara, Lord Sundareshwara, Devi Meenakshi, and then the Madurai Adinam, the Kailashonata Shamala Pita Sarvagna Pitam, was revived by Tirujnana Sambandar, who is there on the right-hand side. So this is the oldest Hindu papal lineage. And as you can see here, the 288th Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Shamala Pita Sarvagna Pitam and the 289th Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Shamala Pita Sarvagna Pitam. So just with the number 288, that calculates to even more than 3,000 years of history for the Madurai Adinam, for this ancient indigenous kingdom. The next slide, please. There is records of all of the Guru Mahasannidhanams who are the sovereign leaders, literally worshipped and revered as the gurus, the Raja Gurus of the whole kingdom, and all of Madurai and all of the ecosystem surrounding Madurai. The Guru Mahasannidhanams were serving as the sovereign leaders, and they had all the rights. They were the sovereign leaders of each of these countries. We can go, right? Yes, as you can see, it is very clear the ancient lineage of the Guru Mahasannidhanams from Tirujnana Sambandar. Tirujnana Sambandar is worshipped as a incarnation of Paramashiva himself, and his different leelas and different devotion to Paramashiva has been exemplified throughout the annals of the history of Hinduism. So here we have even the 292nd Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Shamala Pita Sarvagna Pitam and the 93rd Guru Mahasannidhanam, who is the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself. The next slide, please.
Here you can see Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism being declared as the 293rd Mahasannidhanam, actual coronation ceremony, which happened 27th of April 2012.
And actually, in fact, the 292nd Guru Mahasannidhan of the Shamala Pita Sarvagna Pitam had just a few months before his coronation and his declaration to coronate the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, he had a dream, a divine vision of Paramashiva himself saying that and instructing him to coronate the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as the 293rd Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Shamala Pita Sarvagna Pitam. So thus, within just a few months, the arrangements were made. The 292nd Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Shamala Pita Sarvagna Pitam had ordained the 293rd Guru Mahasannidhanam, and as you can see, the entire lineage is very straightforward and has finally in the hand of the Supreme Pontiff himself. Yes. So after the coronation of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, immediately the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism began living and residing in Madurai itself. And from the morning until the night, until the night, and until the every single day, the different activities were literally bustling in and around the Adinam, in a different array of activities. We can go on to the next slide.
Here you can see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the oldest Hindu papal state of Madurai Adinam. Various pictures of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as the 293rd and going to the temple. This is inside the Madurai Adinam, along with 292nd Pontiff, doing the Parartha Puja, which all the pontiffs, they do that every single day. As long whenever they are in the Madurai Adinam, they do the Parartha Puja, the puja in Adinam itself. And here Hinduism celebrating the 5-day Trignana Sambandha Guru Puja festival, which is an ancient tradition being followed in the Madurai Adinam, along with
the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had gone and spearheaded the restoration and revival projects of all of the temples which come under the Madurai Adinam, including the Kanjur temple, the Sachinathar temple, and the Alagar Kovil temple, and the Panniga Parameshwar temple. Here we have a video of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and going to the grounds of the temple, in the Kanjur temple, and direct all of the different projects that were going on that he has about how
Here you can see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism visiting the various temples that belong to the Shamalapika Sarvanya Peetham. All these were immediately upon the coronation of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism visited the various temples, started the whole revival and restoration process. Here you can see the revival and the restoration process of all the 4 major temples belonging to the oldest Hindu papal state, the Shamalapika Sarvanya Peetham. Supreme Pontiff himself gets on the ground, cleaning the temple, dusting the temple, meeting the various temple authorities, doing the complete revival and the restoration process. Hundreds of volunteers came from all over the world just by looking at the sheer hard work of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, just the Tyaga. Not only the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is being worshipped inside the Sanctum Sanctorum as the main deity, Paramashiva himself. He himself is cleaning his own temple, a sight which no disciple could even fathom. Compassion and the hard work of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Here you can see the Supreme Pontiff wearing headscarf and cleaning the temple himself. They're also used to the pontiffs coming and being received with respect and with all the traditional respect and attending to the rituals. Here you see the pontiff who is so active and on the ground and doing everything, leading the way and being an example for all of us. Just by sheer hard work and Tyaga and the compassion of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism inspired hundreds of volunteers from all over the world come over just to be a part of this huge revival and the restoration process.
And this restoration process was so important to the whole, as these ancient heritage sites were extremely ancient, extremely important to Hinduism, and each of these, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, spent so many resources, and volunteers from around the world had come in order to ensure that these restoration processes were happening. Inside of the Madurai Adinam as well, as you can see, every single day the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had engaged the different Adinavasis and all of the public of Madurai in the Nithyananda Satsang, as you can see here. All these pictures are from the Nithyananda Satsang, delivering the great, profound spiritual truths. Preceding that, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism literally met with all of the different subjects of the ancient Hindu kingdom. So many thousands every single day swarmed, crowded, just to have at least one glimpse of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and he himself would make himself so available to bless, to heal, to give boons, blessings to everyone who came to see him.
Here you can see the Supreme Pontiff blessing the people of Madurai, who literally felt it was Meenakshi and Sundareshwara has come back again to bless this beautiful town, the enlightenment ecosystem of Madurai. And all the tradition was revived. The tradition of offering the enlightenment milk, the tradition of Annadan, the tradition of the medical tests, everything was revived. Annadan, the free food served at least 2,000 people every day. The organic Sattvic meals were provided.
And also the Annadan meals were provided 24/7. So at any time, if anyone wanted to come and have food, they could have food. In fact, even the policemen who had been around the area had come and said, Swamiji, the crime rate has drastically reduced in and around Madurai as well.
Not just Annadan. Yes, please go ahead.
Yes, just because the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was feeding people, and he was literally feeding thousands of people every single day, the amount of theft had reduced because people were feeling so fulfilled, not need to do any kind of thievery, any kind of robbery, if they just wanted some food.
And not just a free Annadan, not just the Annadan, offering the free organic Sattvic meals, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism also inaugurated the free multi-speciality medical camp. So people could come get not just the spiritual healing from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, but also the physical diagnosis and as well the medical advice and the medical tests were done and a diagnosis was done as well. So from all aspects, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism did everything that he could do to reach out to the public, to offer services, be food, be medical care, be education, programs, be darshan, be satsangs, everything was offered free of cost. The whole city of Madurai was vibrating the divine presence of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Then you can see the doctors from around the world coming and offering their free medical services at the free multi-speciality medical camp. And the Hindu leaders.
Yes. So from around India, Hindu organizations, leaders of Hindu organizations, as well as the leaders of different mathas and different the Hindu organizations had all come to request the time of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, had all come to support in the revival initiatives that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was doing in the Shamala Pita Sarvagna Pitam. So here you see
how the various religious leaders and Hindu leaders had come to support the activities and the revival of the Supreme Pontiff. And this was exactly what made the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism a target of the attack by the caste supremacists, the anti-Hindu elements, and the neo-Hindu militants, because they could not tolerate how the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was literally reviving the Enlightenment ecosystem as established by Meenakshi and Sundareshwara. So on the 10th of May 2012, a lawfare was started by the caste supremacists through one M. Jagadala Prathapan, continued with several other caste supremacists filing similar false cases against the appointment of the Supreme Pontiff.
And the malicious false complainant claimed to have visited the Madurai Adinam on the night of 12th May, and he was served holy water which was spiked with intoxicants, and he reached an inebriated state, and in front of him, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and several women were in compromising positions on beds made of wet tiger skins and elephant tusks. Now, in so many different levels, these allegations were absolutely baseless, preposterous, and fabricated, and directly used to ensure attack against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. First of all, directly using the holy water, a sacred ritual, and trying to say that was spiked, when absolutely the traditions and the Hindu rituals were maintained with so much of sanctity, and all of the women there who had given their lives just to serve, who had been participating in annadans, literally around 200 were volunteers in the kitchens, serving food for the people, and they were also the doctors who were medically treating the patients who came for the medical camps. All of these were the women whom he was portraying and publicizing in the media as literally as prostitutes. And yes,
then you can see the caste supremacists used a lawyer, Jagadala Prathapan, and filed a fresh false complaint, continuing the lawfare. The whole aim was to make the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and his followers run from pillar to post, trying to attend to these stupid, baseless false cases, and that would stop revival and the restoration process. And on the 30th of April 2012, the 292nd Sannidhanam of Shamala Pita Sarvagna Pitam asserted his power to appoint His Divine Holiness as a successor in response to the ongoing lawfare, and said His Divine Holiness himself was an incarnation of Paramashiva.
2 days earlier, on the 12th of May, the anti-Hindus filed the most absurd complaint of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism storing tiger skin inside of the Adinam, and instigated the police to conduct a raid of the Adinam as well. During these raids, first of all, looting occurred, and the most vile assaults against the people was and the Adinavasis, peaceful Adinavasis, had happened. A case was filed by Krishnamurti, a lawyer, to make Madurai Adinam a government property. He claimed that not only the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, but also the current head of the Madurai Adinam should be expelled from the Adinam. And this was the fourth false case, again, on this subject.
Two vested interest groups headed by M. Manivasanam and Sami Tyagarajan, who were illegally occupying the Madurai Adinam property, filed a petition requesting the annulment of the appointment of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So all these were the lawfares. Hundreds of false cases were filed left, right, and center, so that the whole revival and establishment of the Enlightenment ecosystem be aborted.
And Nellai Kannan filed a petition on the 1st of August in 2012, a petition requesting approval to file a suit removing the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as the 293rd Pontiff. The approval for the lawsuit was denied, and this was the third false case on the same subject. And again, this was a extremely preposterous, illegal move, because first of all, when the pontiff is appointed by the predecessor, cannot be reinstated, it cannot be taken back, and it has been in the decrees of the Madurai Adinam for thousands of years that this is the law. So filing a petition with the government is absolutely illegal, and trying to with doing this is trying to get away with doing this as well is a absolute illegal action that they were doing.
On the 18th of October 2012, under the pressure of the lawfare by the caste supremacist elements, the government department managing the temple filed a case against the senior pontiff and challenging the appointment of his divine holiness.
Anti-Hindu elements Muthu and Selvan filed a suit on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, claiming that his appointment as 293rd Guru Mahasannidhanam of Madurai is not valid in the subcourt of Madurai district. Again, absolutely false. On the 20th of May 2012, two sannyasis at the Madurai Adinam's Kanjanur Agnishwar temple had literally been attacked by a staged mob of anti-Hindu militants, where 100 people had come, were hired by anti-Hindu elements to beat up, chase, and terrorize the sannyasis. They escaped, but the mob had smashed their car to invoke fear inside of them, and the two sannyasis somehow managed to drive away, first to the local police station to file a complaint, and then to the hospital to get themselves admitted. As you can see, watching some of the really brutal and terrifying footage of this hired that is chasing and beating the sannyasis.
This entire mob attacking sannyasis of the monastic members of the monastic order of Supreme of the sovereign order, Kailasa. On the left here, you can see on the 16th of May 2012, Divine Holiness exactly at the same place during the visit to the Kanjanur temple as the 293rd Pontiff, and left. Just 13 days later, mob lynch attack in and outside the Kanjanur. Here you can see two sannyasis at the Madurai Adinam's Kanjanur Agnishwar temple. A mob of around 100 people have hit. And we had just explained how they tried to escape, but their car was smashed. Sannyasis somehow managed to drive away to the police station, filed the complaint, and then to the hospital, get themselves admitted.
On the 29th of May 2012, a sannyasi and devotee of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism were physically assaulted inside the Kanjanur temple belonging to Madurai Adinam. while they were there serving.
When His Divine Holiness and the 292nd Pontiff were traveling back from Kanjanur, the attackers confronted the vehicle. The police pretended to stop them. Assassins dragged the devotees Sandal Kumar and Muthukrishnan out of the escort vehicle and beat them up brutally, while His Divine Holiness and 92nd Pontiff were very much there. Here you can see the assassins dragged the devotees, the two devotees who were dragged and beaten up by the mob. Here it shows the pictures of the attack, the disciples of the Supreme Pontiff. You can see how the disciples were attacked.
Yes, continuing on.
Here the protesters continue attacking His Divine Holiness, demanding the Supreme Pontiff to step down as the night returned. Media hate speech continues. Here you can see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in the main Madurai temple. And this was the exact same place where the bomb blast happened. It was actually a created fire incident, accident. Right?
And on the 5th of March 2018, the High Court barred the entry of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism into Madurai Adinam, the Shamala Pita Sarvagna Peetham. And the exact land where Devi. So then, just a year later, on the 29th of May 2019, a historic breakthrough happened. The exact land where Devi Meenakshi Parashakti emerged from the sacred ritual fire as a 3-year-old, and from where her throne of ruling was originally located, was acquired by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
29th of May.
And
the Supreme Pontiff revealed that Devi Meenakshi Parashakti, the Cosmic Mother, has blessed us by giving the exact land on which she used to sit on her original throne. Kailasa Shamala Pita Sarvagna Peetham in Madurai. Here you can see the spiritual and the religious activities happening in Shamala Pita Sarvagna Peetham.
And the revival of the Raja Vidya Gurukul, Shamala Pita Sarvagna Peetham as well. All the rituals, the revival of all the traditions was done by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Everything as per the tradition, as how this entire ecosystem was established by Devi Meenakshi and Paramashiva himself, is being revived by the incarnation of Devi Meenakshi and Paramashiva, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And the initiated disciples of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had continued the services to the people, including conducting Akasha reading sessions for public who are seeking blessings and boons for their health, wealth, and prosperity.
Nithyananda continues for the people of Madurai even during 19. And you can see pictures of Shamala Pita Sarvagna Peetham. Right outside the main tower of the main Meenakshi temple, we have a huge Shamala Pita Sarvagna Peetham, where sannyasis are staying even today, even during the COVID time. Annada, the free food offering, has been continuing to go on. All rituals are being performed as the part of the Shamala Pita Sarvagna. This today was an attempt to present the persecution and the attack on one of the most ancient indigenous religious kingdoms of Kailasa, Shamala Pita Sarvagna Peetham, as a part of the Hindu First Observance Month, July 2021. The upcoming segments of this program, we will be sharing further persecution that has happened and is still happening to Hindus. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Kailasa. This, I'd like to conclude today's segment, and we'll be moving to the next segment of today's program, which is the Kailash Courtyard Power Manifestation. Now we ending with the Raga. Namada Namida Purnamudachyate Asya Purnamadaya Purnameva Vasishyate Shanti 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 Hari Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Parameshwara Padukarpanamastu Om Nithyananda.
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om
Paramaशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् 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 ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम्
Nithyanandam, Jnanapatati Manual, under the guidance of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasanidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramasukhanam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gaganasadushnam Tattvanasyadilakshmyam Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Let's go through the disclaimers. Security.
It is powerlessness. When you enter into sleep, it is powerfulness. When you fall into dream, it is powerlessness. When you decide to dream, it is powerfulness. So I have added the ultimate powerfulness, Turyatita, in your whole being and doing. Manifest all the powers. Understand, power manifestation is nothing but cognitive shift. It is not work. It is cognitive shift. Understand? It is just cognitive shift. It's not work. Work is a 4-letter word. Power manifestation is cognitive shift. Playing life. Playing with being alive.
Beautifully, Bhagavan explains what is power manifestation. It's a cognitive shift, becoming more alive and real, the existential reality that we are. Now, let's go to science of power manifestation. It is called science because it is repeatable and all of us can experience the superconscious breakthrough. And beautifully, the evidences for each of these manifestations for us to understand the deeper science of power manifestation. Shastra Pramana, the scriptural references, the eternal unchangeable truth revealed in the source scriptures, the Vedas and Agamas. Apta Pramana, the experience and the results of the Aptas, the Rishis, Munis, Ganas, Nayanamas, Alvars, Siddhas, all of them are authority of Hinduism, manifesting all the powers of Paramashiva. Atma Pramana, account of His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, this millennium's avatars, personal experience of each power manifestation, Bhagavan's very own Leelas. Bhagavan has beautifully manifested all these powers as per the Shastra and as per the Apta Pramana, showing us how the human can have a superconscious breakthrough and manifest all the powers of Paramashiva. Shakshi Pramana, experience of the millions of the disciple, devotees, followers all around the world manifesting the powers of Paramashiva. Bhagavan has beautifully said, whoever comes to the Kailash Kotiyan manifesting power group, simply I will be there, my presence will be there and manifest as your reality. Bhagavan himself has initiated all of us into the science of power manifestation here in this Kailash Kotiyan. Pratyaksha Pramana. Pratyaksha Pramana is the scientific study measuring the effect of being in the enlightened state. Clearly, Bhagavan has shown that the devotees, the Balasans and himself has gone through the scientific study and there is no thoughts manifesting all these powers of Paramashiva. Purely in enlightened state that we experience the oneness and manifest as powers. Beautifully, Bhagavan has given the Shastra Pramana. Shastra Pramana from Vijnana Bhairava Tantra. Vijnana, consciousness. Bhairava, one who experiences consciousness beyond the mind. Tantra is the method. Like how you have the methods in the science or in any of the manufacture. Same way we have the science of power manifestation, step-by-step method. And this is beautifully given in the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, 95 Dharana, Sutra 120, for the power of consciousness over matter.
Of consciousness over matter, silicon, is taken from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Sutra 120, Dharana 95. क्वचिद् वस्तुनि विन्यस्य शनैर्दृष्टिं निवर्तयेत् तज्ज्ञानं चित्तसहितं देवी शून्यालयो भवेत् क्वचिद् वस्तुनि विन्यस्य शनैर्दृष्टिं निवर्तयेत् तज्ज्ञानं चित्तसहितं देवी शून्यालयो भवेत्.
Bhagavan Parameshwar says, having fixed one's eyes on a particular object, vastu, withdraw the sight from that object, as well as slowly eliminate the knowledge of the object with the thoughts and impression of it. Then, O Devi, one abides in Sunya, the state where there is nothing other than this exist, which is the state of all inclusiveness, infinity. Bhagavan Paramashiva has beautifully given us that if you withdraw from what you know as your identity and all the thoughts relating to it, all the knowledge relating to it, and then what will you be left with? That is consciousness. What is that you experience in the deep sleep? What is that you experience in the dream state? What is there still happening as your reality right now? Bhagavan beautifully says that which you cannot forget, that which you cannot remember, and that which remembers you is the consciousness, the Paramashiva space in us, which is manifested as our reality continuously, as matter, as mind, which is also matter, and as your reality itself. When we perceive the whole thing from a higher consciousness, that we are consciousness, we are not just the matter, we are the matter also. We can perceive whatever perception we are experiencing as matter is also only in the logical mind, but something beyond is there. Once Ramakrishna Paramahamsa wanted to train Vivekananda. For 6 years, Vivekananda did not give in at all. Ramakrishna Paramahamsa will be behind people just to make sure they understand the whole science of oneness, if he knows they are interested in the higher science and higher reality. So he did not give up on Vivekananda, and he was wanting to teach him Ashtavakra Gita. Ashtavakra Gita is one of the very rare texts where it speaks only about Advaita, that everything is Brahman. And when Vivekananda saw that, he said, that's not true. That cannot be true. And I'm not going to read it. And Ramakrishna Paramahamsa made him read it. And he read just few lines that the pot is Brahman, the water is Brahman, and the person who's having the pot is Brahman. Everything is Brahman. He said, I'm not going to read the next statement. He left the book and went off and started making jokes that can't be possible. It's some myth. And Ramakrishna Paramahamsa also laughed, and he went behind him and just tapped him on his shoulder. And after that, Vivekananda says 3 days he was in the space of Advaita, that even the food that he ate, he could not differentiate whether it is the food he's eating or his hand which is taking the food, or it is his body which is consuming the food. All the three looks like absolutely the same thing. And 3 days, he says, I was in that complete oneness space just by one tap of Ramakrishna Paramahamsa. Each of these great saints have clearly shown that one can live as higher consciousness, manifesting the higher reality and beyond the suffering and the pain and all the incompletions, that what the world, which is a dream, which is projected continuously to us as reality. Bhagavan beautifully says, if you go beyond a rose, with the knowledge that it is a rose, with the knowledge that the impression that you have on a rose, that the smell, the color, the texture, and the thoughts, the first rose that you gave it to somebody, all that which is there, completely, if you drop that identity of what you know as rose, then what is there which is left behind? The consciousness, Paramashiva space, manifesting as Parashakti. Simply you will connect to it and manifest the reality. Bhagavan beautifully gives us Apta Pramana. Apta Pramanas are the Rishis, Munis, Ganas, Nayanamas, Alvars, Siddhas, Avatars. All of them experience the power of consciousness as reality, power of Paramashiva as their reality. Bhagavan beautifully says here in the Ramayana, Valmiki Ramayana, in the Arya Kanda, chapter 50, as per Ramayana, Ravana uses his consciousness to move the Vimana, an advanced technology machine, could fly in the air, and flying machines made up of different metals and flew in the air through the command of Ravana's consciousness. how he was able to command over matter simply is visible in the Vimana Shastra that is available that Ravana knew, and it is given in the chapter 50 in Valmiki Ramayana. Beautifully, Bhagavan has also given us one more up the Pramana where the Ram Setu was built and all the stones were piled up just by the space of chanting the Ramanama. Ramanama was so powerful that all the trees and logs which were put there, all the bricks that were put there, every being, including the monkeys, including the squirrels, were able to chant the Ramanama and carry all that to fill in the whole space to create a 30 kilometers bridge for Rama to go to Sri Lanka. All these great truth was possible, and now also it is possible. This is in Valmiki Ramayana, Yuddha Khanda, chapter 22. All this great science that we need to understand is available for us when we connect to the Paramashiva space in us, dropping our identity, the knowledge about us, and anything thoughts about us. Here, Bhagavan in the satsang, in the March 19th, 14th, 2019 satsang, Bhagavan says, "Today I am mapping Vaimanika Shastra, super science, and I discover chemical released in the human body during the flight take-off, the release of certain chemicals in the body and create certain subtle bioenergy. The same energy is the only used as a fuel in the Vimana. Once we are able to rebuild the Vimana structure as per the Hindu Shastra, we won't need any external fuel, just you need to sit in the Vimana and visualize you are flying and the chemical released in your body and the bioenergy fuel, the Vimana, it takes off. It is so wild to see how just the thoughts and feelings can operate a huge machine like a Vimana. I also feel humanity needs to put more time and energy to study the super science, to understand more about the Vimana and human conscious possibilities. Please share. Beautifully, Bhagavan is giving us the higher possibility of who we are, the consciousness as our reality. Bhagavan also explains in Atma Pramana.
House, Saraswati is the decider. In Vaishnava's house, the lady keeps the whole wealth under the control. In Shaivaite's house, off, energy. It's a thought current and lifestyle. Saraswati. The silicon of Saraswati. If you take and filter the silicon and make the chips for wherever you need artificial intelligence, it will help you 1,000 times. Let this all be in record. I'll prove all this. You will see. Because these are all chemically awakened, physically manifesting proven biology. It is already, this biology is already used for alchemy and it has already been established. It is success for all this kind of activities.
Shakshi Pramanas are the millions of disciple devotees followers who have beautifully said how they have manifested the powers. Bhagavan here is showing us how the consciousness over matter on silicon. The silicon is completely switched off. You can see, and it is on a flat surface. There is no slope in there, and the coconut is not sliding, it is rotating. And be very clear, all this is possible for each one of us when we start entangling with Bhagavan, surrendering our identity, and simply we can experience the higher state, not just moving this matter, but moving our life into higher state of consciousness, which is the most important part in our life, Bhagavan says again and again in the satsang. Manifesting consciousness and understanding how consciousness works is the way we need to exist in the future. So beautiful here. the experience of consciousness over matter, how flat it is. There's no slope and it's completely rotating. It's not sliding so beautifully, and there is nothing there. It's a switched off laptop. Beautifully, you can see how they have manifested the power of Paramashiva. Now let's go to the guidelines. Make sure you turn on the video camera. These are extraordinary moments that you can experience oneness with Paramashiva. If you have Jnananjan in your Kantamala, you can apply in your third eye and your temples. If you do not have, you can use the Aushadha. Aushadha is your Basma and Kumkum that you can get in the nearest temple. If it is Shiva temple, beautiful. All the Abhishekam they do on the deity. The DNA is holding in the Vibhuti also. So if you have the Basma from Vidadi temple or any of the temples, Hindu temples, that is beautiful. But if you do not have, then you can apply the Basma and Kumkum. If you don't have that also, you can apply turmeric, which is detoxing continuously the third eye. Every night you can apply it. It detox your third eye so beautifully. Now place the tab or laptop or your cell phone completely switched off on a flat surface and place an object which does not slide. If you use your Atmalinga, make sure it's not just sliding, it's moving very properly. Or the deities or padukas that you have, that you do every day Guru Puja, that would be so beautiful. And if you have Ishtadevata, you can keep the deity on the silicon. Silicon is a sand, which is earth energy. As Bhagavan said, it's from the Saraswati, the silt. Simply, it will listen to us as we are also made of matter, and that is also matter. So simply you can keep it and command it, and it will start moving as per your command. Turning around left to right and right to left, everything is possible. Even raising above is possible. And if you have moved it at least 5 centimeters from the place it is, you have manifested the powers. But if you just feel the Kundalini energy and if you just see some little turn happening or a centimeter move, that is also manifestation. We are manifesting continuously. That is the way we exist in the reality. If we understand the higher science, we'll appreciate how beautiful our life is manifesting. It's like Bhagavan is waking us up and telling, hey, you're a $1 trillion kid, wake up, wake up. And we are like, wait, let me finish something and then wake up. But we can drop it and then we can understand nothing is lost. He's going to make things better for you in every possible way, whether your relation, whether your job, whether your life, if your abundance, whether your healing, everything can move into a next reality. Like how in the dream, if you have a broken hand, when you wake up, you don't go to a hospital. You are completely fixed and fine. If you wake up to the reality, you don't have any of the loss, but just wake up to the higher science where nothing can be removed from you. You will understand the greater science, the greater possibility. Now, bring the visualization and verbalization of Bhagavan Paramashiva in your third eye. Again and again, bringing the third eye into awareness and make sure that you exist only through Paramashiva space. Any of the fear or greed or incompletion, any obsessive reaction pattern, drop everything for your guest room. You can take it up later on when you are little more free. Now you are with your most important person, that is Paramashiva. So you are Paramashiva as Parashakti, sitting with the 25 heads and 75 eyes and 50 hands. Alive you are. And you are manifesting all the auspiciousness and abundance. And simply you experience the oneness with Paramashiva. He's going to shower on you all that you want as reality. Moving this consciousness over matter in your life, also so many stuck places, it will just simply reveal its truth and get past that and simply solve all the problems. All these great signs are given with simple things that you can experience so that you will manifest your auspiciousness and abundance. So absolute unclutching from anything that you know as you, only sitting as Paramashiva, Parashakti, her beautiful eyes, her gesture, her blessings, her initiations, all that as your memory, all that as your visualization. That is Tyaga. And integrity is you recognizing your higher self continuously and intensely chanting the Mahavakya, entangling with Bhagavan in the oneness space. Again and again, when we entangle with a quantum space, and when you see these oneness capsule, every time you are in that space, your brain starts mirroring the higher consciousness. And more you are in the oneness space, you will start manifesting extraordinary realities as your perceptions. Beautifully, Bhagavan has given the signs to all of us to experience. Now, all of us together in the deep meditation, let's start chanting the Mahavakya intensely and start manifesting the power of consciousness over matter on silicon. Let's start chanting the Mahavakya.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour. Let the Varni open up. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Whatever you have experienced now, take a print. Experience now, take a print. Take a photo of that, or if you have recorded, that is also beautiful. Please go ahead and we can share it at the end of the session. Make sure all these great truth you share with all your friends and family again and again. If you have not manifested, surrender every thought to Paramashiva again and again. How a child, when it has to go and start skipping, it takes about 4 to 5 years. At the age of 1, it starts walking, but only when it is 5 or 6, it starts skipping. And it doesn't give up and say, I'm falling down 100 times, this is end of it, I don't want to do it. It starts again and again and again, manifesting, and finally it knows it will manifest beautifully all that, skipping, running, talking, everything, without anyone say that I cannot do it. Simply it says, I am manifesting, even if it is not manifesting fully. That is why children learn everything very fast, because everything is a manifestation. First they believe they can, and then they start manifesting the reality. Same way for us also. First we declare the will. I am going to manifest. Until I manifest, I will not stop this Kailash Kotyad. I am going to see how all the powers can be manifested. If Siddhas can do it, Rishis can do it, so many of the humans who have superconscious breakthrough, I am also going to experience that superconscious breakthrough. Have a will very clearly, and then start working towards it. How you do 25 years of studying for a doctor or a lawyer or whatever your profession is, all your life, 1/3 of your best part of your life, you spend studying for something which you are not actually fulfilled. It's in your dream. Now here, if you do it even for a few seconds, you are in the oneness space and manifesting all your auspiciousness and abundance and your reality. Simply every time Bhagavan says, even a glimpse of it is worth than everything that you do the whole day. Because only during the power manifestation, you bring Paramashiva and drop your identity. And that is only space. We say Paramashiva manifest this, Paramashiva manifest. When I'm making coffee, we don't do it. When I'm walking, I don't do it. When I'm speaking on cell phone, never I can do it. But only when we sit for this power manifestation session, we are very clear, Paramashiva, do it. So let's don't lose this space. Hold on to the space. Again and again, all of us together, hundreds of us holding on to the space of Paramashiva. And constantly, again and again, believing that he is the one who's going to manifest as my reality. And knowing very well, the minute you experience, you will simply see that you are Paramashiva. It is true. That is what every participant feels when they come for IA, Paramashivoham, all kinds of programs. Oh my God, this could happen to me. Oh my God, I'm so fulfilled. Oh my God, I feel so peaceful. Oh my God, my problems have just vanished, or abundance have just showered. From nowhere I got this money, nowhere I got this healing, and no, after that I don't feel anything in my body. Completely all this testimonial proves it again and again. Paramashiva is real and he is manifesting even now. If you are breathing, how can you breathe logically 24/7, 365 days? Just not possible even for 5 minutes. So let's give the credit to who we are, the Paramashiva space in us who's manifesting. So surrender all your doubts. Just sit there, you chant the Mahavakya, surrendering every thought to Paramashiva, unclutching from everything that you know as you, and declare that I am Paramashiva, I am Parashakti. Constantly chanting the Mahavakya, intensely listening to it. And then you will experience this breakthrough simply in you as reality. And you can share that with the whole world. So let's start chanting the Mahavakya and experiencing the consciousness over matter. Silicon.
Ananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Vani open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. 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 Nanda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the
Sorry about the sound. If you see the $sign at the end of the YouTube chat, you can offer your contribute. All that you have manifested now, you can go ahead and share with the world in the tinyurl.com/power manifestation. All that you share is a reflection of who you are. The easiest way to make power manifestation stable and consistent is by sharing to the world. Enriching and causing is the easiest way, and thanking and in gratitude, thanking Bhagavan is the shortest distance for your enlightenment. Go on sharing, contributing. Bhagavan says, all the avatars who come down, contribute, contribute, contribute. Because that is the easiest way of expansion, more and more, because others are nothing but your own reality, your own perception. So when you raise the consciousness and everybody sees as Paramashiva, you start experiencing Paramashiva in you. Such a beautiful thing that Bhagavan is giving us for contributing our life to Paramashiva space. More and more, we start having the higher superconscious breakthrough. With that, thanking Bhagavan and surrendering all the power manifestation and powerful cognition to Bhagavan's lotus feet again and again. When we surrender, we expand in the deep cognition of Paramashiva. And thanking each and every one of you for being here, manifesting the powers of Paramashiva. So with that, let's end with the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purna Purnamudashyate Purnasya Purnamataya Purnameva Vashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavate Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam Paduka Arpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam. Thank you so much. See you again after the next satsang and our next darshan in Kailash Courtyard Manifesting Power session. Don't forget to share and tag it to your friends and families. Thank you, Nithyanandam.